chasing stars and holding you. I can't see the end, but we'll see it through. Dangerous times don't fly too high. Be sure to keep the ground in sight. Fly forever if you keep it tight. Love the world, but keep the sky on your mind.
Well, good morning, everyone. This time, got all the microphones up and running. Welcome into Flying with Mike. We are preparing to fly out of Cozumel, Mexico, over to Acapulco, Mexico. So I hope y'all enjoy the ride. Got the route up in the chat box, so hope you all enjoy this in the default Citation 10 from X-Plane 12. All right, so hope y'all are having a great Thursday, otherwise known as Friday Eve. Hope you all are ready for your weekends, and I hope you have a good one planned. So without further ado, let's crawl into the cockpit here and see what we have first on the line. All right, and as we get in here, I'm going to just kind of pan back, let you all see the aircraft. Beautiful, beautiful rendition. Let's just kind of walk on back here. I mean, they've done a really good job at X-Plane, not just giving you a shell like many do, but they gave you the interior and all of that with it. So, love this plane. It's actually a very fun plane to fly, folks. It's a little bit of a learning curve, but overall, not a bad aircraft. All right, so we're back up in the cockpit here. All right, let's do a quick let's go ahead first, power up, then we'll power up onto external power. Okay, and what we do here, folks, I have a checklist here I'm running. I just did a Google, say Cessna Citation 10X or 10, however you want to do it, checklists for X-Plane 12, and this is the one I got. I kind of like it. It kind of hits all the points kind of succinctly. So we get it into the air quicker. I don't know why. Every time I go live, the yawns just start. All right, so anyway, so here we go with power up. Okay, so we'll get into the takeoff briefing here in a minute. Gear lever is over here, and it is in the down position. Circuit breakers, there's a bunch of them. You would never expect that in this plane. Whole bunch over here. And if we get over here, a whole bunch over here. So, I mean, and you'd expect that it's a jet, folks. So, all right, fuel boost are in the off, ignition also off. And we're going to go ahead and kick the batteries to 1, and we'll go on external power. All right, we'll put the ECAS system on. And standby power, do a test. Got the green light, go on. And emergency lights on. And if sometimes, I've heard it's only the default, sometimes we have a writer back here in the name of Austin. However, I have not seen him in a while. Hang on just a second, folks. Okay, folks. Wow. Finally, some good news through all of this. So even though the overarching issue is still in place, at least the challenge that I was discharged for misconduct was um, shown to be false. And problem is, I'm still, assuming I'm still out of a job, but at least that part is over. Thank God. And the benefits will be in full now. So praise God, hallelujah on that one, folks. Thank you all for your prayers. And folks, as we roll out of the ads, I know I just noticed it on my screen. I didn't check up here. A lot of what's been going on in the background here, folks. I lost my job almost to the date a month ago, and filed for the unemployment here in the United States, which was contested by the company. And today we were given a ruling that says I am eligible for my benefits. And that's a big weight off my back, because I'm not going to go into the details, because when I do, I get very distracted, very flustered. But anyway, folks, like I said, you probably heard me saying hallelujah, praise God on the way out. We'll be at least getting our benefits. So, all right. So with all of that aside, folks, we're in the aircraft. Like I said, we're powering up to a point here that we can then head over and get our pre-brief done, and then get going on the flight. Okay, I'm going to go ahead. We're going to keep the APU off for now. So for now, I'm going to kick on the avionics. Do a quick, nice thing. Amazing, it's default and we can do this. Okay, so we got everything set up. We'll go and begin working altimeters and all of that here in a moment. For now, let's get Sim Toolkit up here so we can get out of here. We've already actually filed our flight plan in stream. There it is. I almost clicked it, folks. All right, so here we are. Load sheets up. Look at that, folks. Not many airliners can say 9 people. Well, we're not an airliner. That's why. So, but we're going to go out of here on the Cozumel 7 Charlie to Cozumel, Uniform Tango 30 to KETBA, Uniform Tango 65 to NUGAD, and the Uniform Juliet. Wow, that just hit. Oh, I was like, wait a minute, what the heck is J? Uniform Juliet 16 to Acapulco. Always kind of like the call letters to this, minus from a month ago, just because it was the shorthand for the airport I worked at, minus the first M. Anyway, so we're going to have 20,070 pounds of payload. Should bring us in the neighborhood of 24,201 pounds, zero fuel weight, which is very difficult, if not even shown on the weight and balance when we do it. Blocking fuel up to 59.77. We may go a little bit more to be safe. Alternate today is MMTO, which is in the Mexico City area, 8,400 feet above sea level. So folks, very rugged country. I totally forgot that we could hit 8,000 feet above sea level right here, proper North America. I always talk about Bogota and points south in the Andes. So there we have it, folks. So let's, oh, and many of you don't get to cruise at 43,000 feet. Mach 0.86, yes. We may actually go faster. We'll see. We can, technically this plane could and is, how do I want to say it so I don't get people in trouble, is capable but not certified. I hope that's the best way to say. Meaning, if you do what I'm about to tell you, you're going to lose your job. The aircraft is capable of supersonic flight. I made that pause intentional. But the aircraft is not certified for flights. And on top of it, pilots cannot be certified to fly it supersonic. There were many that did, and many no longer fly. This is kind of a problem with this plane, and I don't know, major or minor, you know, you guys can argue that all the way you want, but it is very much capable of supersonic flight. So, again, not supposed to, nor is it certified for it. All right, winds. Winds are 150 at 7-8 miles. Thunderstorms in the area, or I'm sorry, towering cumulus. That's what TCU stands for. In the area, broken clouds to 25,000 feet. So as we climb, we'll fix the sky. 2984 on the altimeter. Over in Acapulco, another beautiful day on the beach in Mexico. Winds out of the east at 7-8 miles visibility, and we'll try to fix the broken sky on the way down 9,000 feet. isolated cumulus scattered about in the area, so we'll be having some fun. All right, folks, and again, just so you're aware now, there is a blob expected here in the next 7 days or so. I'm not sure if this is the beginnings of it, but it's heading into here, and this big blob here, more pronounced yesterday, as it pushes off, has the potential to form into something, although very low chances. Better chances here. I guess the Gulf is pretty warm. I haven't looked at temperatures in a while, so. All right, folks, so let's get ready to fly with Mike. Okay, so we have the aircraft powered up on the external power. Basically, we need to start getting the plane readied. Our customers will be out here shortly. That's what they pay for, folks, is basically the plane to be sitting there. As soon as my feet step on it and my butt hits that seat, we need to be taxiing. That's kind of what they expect. And granted, they get it most of the time. Sometimes, you know, ATC says, yeah, you're not a chance, and you know what? So we're turning the APU on. So that way we can start cooling it down. All right, and with the APU fired up, the generator was already switched on and we're showing voltage. So let's get the bleed air on, cabin, and the packs on. Actually, we'll leave those off. Okay, so avionics is now on radio, autopilot, oxygen, looks good. I am being counseled behind me. Hang on a second. Ma'am, am I doing well? Did I miss a step? We have the granddaughter just about every day, folks, and she loves to critique me. As do you all. And I love the messages out at YouTube. Keep them coming, folks. Thank you for all of your support. And she thanks you as well. All right, so, okay, we're to the point with the avionics that we can start loading in this flight plan. Hang on a second. I lost track where I was. There we go. All right, so I am going to get this out there. Hang on a second. I am working way too hard here, folks. Okay, got it there. Because if you don't do it right, folks, guess what? There are some things that happen, and I'll try to help point you where things would need to change with, you know, what you're doing. Because some people they actually do, when I fly this plane, ask me questions. The big one that comes in is, why can't I get the performance to work? We actually have known that. We actually flew last night. Just some test flying with the plane to get things up and going. The big thing here with this plane. Okay, so we're on the main flight plan page. We put our destination in, which in this case is Mike, Mike, Alpha, Alpha. And then when you go to start your flight plan entries, put all your stuff in there. At the end, do not forget to put Mike Mike Alpha Alpha. However, don't type it in. Copy, paste. Basically, what am I saying? Click it so it drops down into here. Put it in at the bottom. And that closes it up. It's if you ever fly the GA aircraft, like I fly the Warrior or the Arrow, occasionally the Caravan, you always have that at the end, folks. That's what you're doing, so you open it all up. So, or like I'm doing, just save the flight plan. Somewhere in here it was saved. Oh, I'm being silly, folks. I'm looking for Kilo Mike Mike Sierra. No. Here we go. And activate. All right, so there it is. Okay, now if I scroll through, it'll have all the fixes. I want to show you at the end. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Wait a minute, something's not right here. Did it invert? It sure did. Oh, there we go. Did you see what I did there, folks? Okay, let me show you again. I see where I made my mistake. Go to flight plan list. There it is. Click on it. I clicked because I saw activate. I didn't key in that it was part of this. What it did is it took my flight plan, flipped it, so now it's set up to come out of Acapulco towards Cozumel. No, you got to do this one, activate. And our lovely check pilot behind us here caught that. She has been telling me you did it wrong, Papa. Get it right. I did. Thank you very much back there. Oh, she's a hoot sometimes, folks. All right, so I do want to do departure. Double checking our runway of choice. Runway 12. Winds are 140 at 8. Hang on a second. I'm going to bring charts in so you can see all of this. All right, so basically from where we're at, we're just going to come out here to Delta, go over to Alpha so we don't tie up a runway on VATSIM, and then head out of here on 12. Now this right here, folks, this bar indicates a displaced threshold. So we can take off, but you will start your landing from this line forward. Worst case scenario, they may tell us to come in. Actually, no, they won't. That's the military. Forget what I was just about to get ready to say. Come down, spin around, and wait. Oh, no, you're with the military there. So, okay. Also, we're not doing that today. Like if we were flying an airline, and you know how I like to do the coordinates. If you don't zero in, folks, this is the point on the airport, the INS, IRS, whatever you're using, centers on. If you're wanting to be exact, then you pull up the coordinates and look at them. We're not too worried, we're going to find it no matter what. All right, but anyway, winds we're showing 140 at 8, 12, again, Delta to Alpha, and then we'll take off. All right, and we are going to use the Cozumel. Hang on a second, gotta flip things around here because for some reason some of these SIDs don't want to put charts down there, and I think I know why now. All right, That's weird. We're going, oh, I see what we're going to do. Basically, we're going to take off, fly out to CZM8, turn right, direct back to CZM, and on we go, because we're going west, folks. We're going anywhere south and east to northeast. You see the additional SIDS or SIDS out here. So we are doing this one. Activate. All right, now let's see how it looks on our little handy dandy chart. Exactly like you see it here. Okay, that's looking good. And then we'll come off CZM direct to our next fix. All right. I'm going to go ahead and save that. All right, and you can kind of see it here as well. And then we're off on our first fix of XOLPO. And then Moric. Esther. Apmel. Axima. Whoop, but too many. KETBA. Jotis. NUGAD, Basco, Aluan. And then we're looking for MTT. Omada Canal. Omada Canal. XOSOVO. It's on the next page. OAX. OTSUT. Just again, I do all of this, folks. Be shocked, I have found it where things are missing. Memdi, Amity, Celis, and Acapulco. All right, so while we're here, even though we got plenty of time en route, I'm going to go ahead and get things set up. Now, there are arrivals here. So let me see what we have. None of them help us. All right, so let's take a look at these four. What are we flying today? That didn't help. Cancel. Today's wind 080 at 5. I am being paged behind me. What did I do wrong now? Very talkative today. All right, so we have a 5,500 foot runway and we have a 10,000 foot runway. I'm going to go with the 10,000. And general aviation apron is boy, she is really well, she got quiet now. She's kind of funny. Sorry, folks. So we'll be parking here. I'm going to go ahead and land on 10. All right, we're planned, I believe. All right, so we have an ILS for runway 10 and ILS X, ILS Y, and an RNAV. Oh, that was for 2.8. That was silly. Where'd it go? 10. Basically, we could come in over the VOR, come out, swing around, and I think I'm going to do that. Let's do the Zulu. At it. So basically, folks, what we'll do is we'll come over here. Nav. Arrival. Approach. What did we say? We're on the Zulu. Okay, let's see how that played out. I'm a little skeptical, as you can tell. Ah, there's the button I was looking for. Celis. All right, then CF10, back in, good. All right, so what we're going to do, we got to get rid of a discontinuity. Okay, and then activate. All right, so we got all of that planned out. Perf. Let's get the basics in here now, shall we? We're to that point. Come up here to flight, weight and balance. Okay, so for today's flight, folks, we're looking for a payload of 20,000 or 20,000, 2,070. Okay, fuel 59. Boy, I'm gonna make it 69. Gonna go an extra 1,000. 69. Okay. Gives us an hour and 45 minutes. According to this, it's an hour and 47 minutes. We'll see how that all pales out. Okay, let's do performance. Now, this is where people got into some trouble with it. And it would be this page right here, initial cruise. What are we doing? 43,000. Okay, 43. Boink. Okay. Cruise winds are showing 081 at 13. Okay. Now we'll go to the next page. Fuel. Click it. Okay. See how this all works. Takeoff, citation. Next page. Are we on a dry or wet runway? Now, here's the one. 15 or 5. 8,800 foot runway. I'm going to ease us on 5. Confirm. Takeoff weight, and that is good. There's our takeoff speeds, folks. So we've got the performance in there. Remember, the key is when you put that last fix in, like in this case, would have been ACA, make sure to put in MMAA by basically clicking it in your destination, which puts it down at the bottom of your screen on the FMC, and then place it in the flight plan. that should close everything up to where you're good to go. Should. Let me know if you still have troubles. Love trying to help people with this plane. I really do enjoy it. And it's fun flying something so little faster than a 747-400. That's right, 0.86 is a pretty good cruise speed for it. All right, continuing. So radio. Now, the 4 people ask, no, we are not. We are not in VAT USA territory. This is VAT MEX. So, we don't have to worry about the CTAF rules. All right, looks like we're still having good old fun times here. Oh, okay. All right, so still no ATC, not really expecting any this early, but we'll be ready. Now we do need to get our transponder. I'm going to at least get it set to 2000. Okay. 122.8. And our nav aids are set. Let me put in Cozumel. Cozumel is 112.50. All right, now that takes care of nav 1 and com 1. Com 2, oh wait, I did forget something. Now, COM 2 has 121.5, 122.985 in reserve. That's our backup Unicom transponder and all. We'll go ahead and set the 40. And then we have our nav2, nav information there. So there we go, folks. We're ready to go with our radios. Autopilot, let's set for runway heading. 117. Now, this is one that I'm not a real fan of. See, disconnect. It's a lot easier when you can do this and look and, but it is what it is. Okay, and last but not least, the altimeter is 2985. All right, and the transition level for this departure is 18,500. Flight plans in, warning tests. So what we've done is smoke detector, landing gear, fire alarms, thrust reverse, flaps, windshield overheat temperature check, overspeed, stall, and all good. Okay, V speeds are set. Altimeter, hydraulics are checked. We're ready to go. And right as I say that, we're going to have our passengers on board. For some reason, they want to head over now to Acapulco from here. All right, so let us oblige. One last look outside at her, folks. By the way, if you do a Google search X-Plane 12 Citation 10 liveries, you can find this one. Granted, I didn't expect to find a whole bunch, but they had a couple. And I like this one. It just basically took Citation 10, which I kind of like that on here. Big old word, Citation 10. All right, folks, we're ready to go. Hope you are. I'm just going to All right, so let's get this thing fired up. All right, startup. Doors, windows closed. Seatbelt sign. Okay, that's right here. We'll go to up position, turns them on. Anti-ice, we're not going to need ground rec. Middle switch. Go ahead and turn our recognition lights on. Brakes, throttle, chocks, and we're ready for start. Excuse me, folks. They are in idle cutoff, the throttles. There we go. And radios and autopilot all set. Fuel boost switches to on. Okay, and here we go, folks. Actually, very easy airplane to start once you get through all of these things. Packs off. All right, now the big thing here is whichever engine you start first, make sure you turn the ignition on. Once you do, I'm going to kind of... All right. Hand up a little so you can see. All right. So we've got our ignition, our fuel pumps, our lights are on. Click. Watch your numbers. The theory is, I know, you heard it right. It's not working. See, it's why I say theory. So you end up moving both. Supposedly, I can move one at a time. I can't and don't know what's wrong, why I can't, unless I need to spend lots of money and get that honeycomb where I have individual throttles instead of what I have. Okay, so we've got the engines on, ignition off, ignition on for the second one. Go. And now this one will fire up straight in because it's already in fuel. And they're spooling up. Once this one's spooled up again, the ignition switch goes off, but then we can turn the packs back on. Okay, so packs on. All right, so now we can push on. And let me make sure I move that switch. Okay. Generators. Cross feeds. Hydraulic A. And get our taxi instructions. All right, there goes the EPU shutting down. Set your trim to 5.4 to 5. We'll kind of split the hairs there. Fuel pumps to normal. Pitot heats on. Okay, windshield heats on. We're ready to go. Brakes off. We actually had a really good day yesterday flying this plane. Hoping for the same here. And again, I wish I was streaming because I was really shocked at how everything, minus one problem I had. And I don't know how to fix that. Alright, now you'll be able to hear any ATC chatter or stuff that comes along. And it kind of gives me a little view of what's ahead. All right. One thing about this plane also, folks, you're going to find it like a little bit like a bus, Airbus. It's got notches for throttle inputs. You'll see them on takeoff here. So we'll go to takeoff, then climb, and then cruise. And they're pretty good. I'm going to tell you right now, I think they did a really good job. You know what? Huh, it always helps. Cozumel traffic, NetJets 572 departing runway 12. Cozumel 7 Charlie departure. All right, here we go, folks. Okay, those blue bars at the top of the fans right here, that's takeoff. Gear up. see if how it does. Seem to be doing that great. All right, folks. Looked like the autopilot had kicked off. Don't know why. Well, folks, you got to see it right there. Things weren't going like they were supposed to. So by having the heading button in the neighborhood, I was able to avert avert some troubles. So that's why you see me do that a lot. Keep that heading bug there. It immediately put us on track. Now let's see what happens off here. There we go. Now we're turning on course. So now we finally got things working right. Again, it's just trial and error, folks, but we've got them working. All right, let me move that just on the outside chance I need it again. Keep it with us. All right, so we're on our way. Iowa Scotsman, hello, welcome in. Hope you're enjoying. All right, folks. Well, the junior first officer cadet back here has been kind enough to tell us when we were doing things wrong and not. Now she's getting cranky, probably because she got a little hungry. But folks, this is the default. This is what comes with X-Plane 12 Citation 10. Probably, although it's a toss-up between this and the Gulf Streams. My favorite GA aircraft. Haven't actually seen one at the airport I used to work at, but back, oh goodness, 10, 15 years ago, saw them well, not all the time, but we saw them pretty frequent, and it was pretty cool to see them. Today, not so much. Although I can pull them up on FlightAware, C750 if you look by aircraft, and you can see them dotting the country. So, and as we pointed out a couple weeks ago, out of Westchester in Connecticut, a couple of big names actually have them there. Names you in the United States would definitely know, maybe abroad, maybe not. But yeah, they actually have them housed and hangared there. So I, you know, one, I can't even imagine that amount of money. But two, how you own something like this and it doesn't fly every moment, making, paying the bill. These are not cheap planes, folks. That's about 30 to 80 million dollars sitting there, depending how they've decked it out inside. There's a lot of money sitting there, and it just sits in a hangar, let alone the flight crew and all of that. It boggles my mind, and just like I'm sure I boggle their mind, but probably for a whole lot of other reasons. So, but it just is amazing, these aircraft. All right, let me get up here, see where we are cruise-wise, because we have leveled. We're still in climb power. We'll wait till we get it to 0.85, but I might pump it up to 0.9. We'll kind of see. See how she does. All right, now cruise. Just a little bit further back. Lowers our power setting. Now, I mentioned this. A lot of GA aircraft and Airbus, well, I call it Airbus because they're more notch, where you can just push them right to flex or right to toga. And the electronic engine controls take it from there to bring the engine up to where it doesn't hurt it. Same technology here. If not, Airbus got this technology from them. I don't know. But it works in notches, but then you can watch the throttles. I believe this aircraft does actually have an auto throttle you can set. Or at least a VNAV that works. Mine doesn't seem to work, or I just can't figure it out. I lean to the latter, by the way. But it's a phenomenal airplane. I would love to fly on one of these, and I would love to do it in this seat right here. Learning, and learning more. So, a lot of questions I have about this plane. A lot of features not on this one X-Plane 12 built around. Namely, the inertial nav units are not here. The video I've watched a lot of on this plane has them immediately aligning right here. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot to it, folks. It's just again an amazing aircraft, the Citation 10. I just don't know how a person can afford one. I mean, I know how they can't. Don't get me wrong. I see the dollar amounts certain people in certain career fields make. Trying to figure out how to say that as delicately as possible. I get that, but boy, you start thinking. 25, maybe 30 years ago, thought about owning a plane, Piper Arrow, Piper Saratoga, possibly a Cessna 210 pressurized, possibly, I say. Mainly because family of 5, those are the kinds. Arrow, not so much. Saratoga Lance, very much so. P2 pressurized 210, possible, but anyway, I started looking into it. Get past the cost of the plane to get avionics to make a travel, a flight safe. Yes, you could fly with the basic 6-pack and go, and that's not a 6-pack of beer, by the way, folks. Some think it is, but it is not. Get past that cost. The amount to ramp or hangar it, maintain it, fuel it. It was. I was really shocked at what that number came up to per, and then break it down to every time that plane flies. You're gonna have to pay yourself that amount to afford the maintenance, the fuel, this, that, the other that comes with it, insurance. And I sit there and go, okay, I know that number. And then I began applying it to this. I'm like, Oh my God. Because now you have to, unless you are typewritten for this plane, you got to have a pilot. You might be able to get away without a first officer in some cases if you are at least licensed, but I'm not going to swear to that one. So it's just mind-boggling, folks, what it takes to own one of these things, let alone just take it anywhere. And I get it. I totally get, they've earned the money. You guys can squabble about that, but they have. And wow, it's just amazing to sit there and think about it. A whole different world. Just different world than I understand. Just like I probably am not understandable to them or to that class of individuals. Is that the proper way to say that? I don't know, folks. I try to be very tasteful here because, I mean, we all dream of it, but folks, I just can't imagine it. Anyway, I'm going to get off that subject because being out of work, that's just, aside from that, it just, oh my gosh, it amazes me what that kind of money can afford you. And the thing that really, the amount of money that comes in to afford this, they probably have a rather large yacht sitting nearby their dock near the ocean or river, depending where they choose to live. Just, trying not to sound jealous. All right, so we're over the Mexico area here. Let's see. Going across the Yucatan Peninsula. Many believe this is where that infamous meteor hit. Asteroid, meteor, to me they're the same. I know y'all can go anyway. You see, if you dissect it this way and turn it this way and then open it up this way, they're actually each different. This is the dinosaur killing event area. So they say. I don't know. I don't know. They've done underwater soundings and believe this is the area. I mean, I could kind of see a crater, but if something made a crater like that, I don't think there'd have been a planet left. That's just me talking, folks. It's kind of easy to throw the terms out there until you physically look at what they're saying. Then it's a whole nother idea. And I'll give you another interesting, and I said this in the beginning, our alternate today, folks, is Mike Tango Oscar. It's one of the airports of Mexico City. 8,400 feet, was it? 8,466 feet above sea level. That's incredible, folks. I totally forgot about Mexico and the high altitudes they have. So, those of you that have visited Denver, you're only a mile up. Those of you that go to Mexico City for your holiday, I love that term from Europe, sorry folks. Just a better way of saying vacation. Holiday. You're now 2 miles above sea level. So yeah, when you think you're just sick because you're sick and it's just a health problem in Mexico, no, it's actually you adjusting to 2 miles above sea level and the thinness, the air thinning up there that occurs. My wife can attest to it. She visited Denver many years ago and just felt sick the whole time there. And no, it wasn't wintertime. And it was because of being a mile up. You know, we're accustomed to about 500 feet above sea level here in the St. Louis metro area, 600, depending whereabouts in the city you are. You just upped it 3,000 to 4,000 feet above sea level, and that's a pretty good hit on the body on some people. Take it up 2 miles or another 4,000 feet. Ooh, you're really starting to feel it. So, and if you don't believe me, there's a show out there. I've talked about it a lot, The Amazing Race. They did some racing. This show basically, several groups of people race around the world. I forget if they have a minimum amount of points they hit or anything, but basically it's a race around the world. And they could go through South America, through Europe, Africa. Sometimes they miss continents and this and that. You know, it's a show. They do as they please. But at the end, the final team to cross the line first is going to win $1 million. Well, in the beginning years, I don't know how far. They haven't been to these places in a long time. But 8,000 feet or higher, they went with one of the legs of the race. And it was, I believe, South America. And you got to do physical activities sometimes. Now, think about that, folks, when you're pushing 8,000 to 10,000 feet above sea level. Your body is not attuned to that. So that's a good way to understand, you know, us going there in what, a day. You pop in the morning, you may pop out at night or the next morning. Your body's had no time to acclimate, and now you're going to do something physical. Mental, you can kind of work through it, but it would still be difficult because your whole body is adjusting. So that's what's interesting about Mexico. Mexico City in itself is 8,400 feet above sea level. So, little tidbit from Flying with Mike. All right, we just made a turn. I am going to go ahead and put us on Earth. No. Progress. Oh, there we go. Top of descent. That's what I'll keep it at right there. 452 miles out. We're going to check. Don't worry, folks. We're going to check. So I will be right back. All right, folks, the junior cadet is headed to sleep. I hope y'all are enjoying this flight in the Citation 10. Now we do it every now and then, and hope y'all enjoy it. Like I said, it is a fun little airplane. Takes a little learning, but overall it's really not a bad plane to fly, folks. So All right, just kind of looking over the weather for tonight. Wow, we got a chance for some severe storms. Hey, we're flying through the tops of some here probably. All right, folks, we're pushing through some tower and cumulus on our way to Acapulco. Enjoy. Looks like the little one's having a little trouble getting some sleep. And like we said, folks, this area right now that we're flying over, here, let me bring it up on Sim Toolkit. Bay of Campeche, I believe it's called. Campeche is the area early to mid next week where they're expecting potential for some tropical development. Now, whether it goes into a tropical depression or storm or even hurricane next week, folks. So hard to tell. Right now, just kind of watching a blob off the East Coast. Whether it forms or not, it's hard to tell. They've got it pretty low for the next 7 days. So, but anyway, just giving a little tropical update. And again, supposedly the area that killed the dinosaurs when the asteroid hit. I personally have a hard time, not in the fact that that may have happened, but that caused this land feature. That's a lot of territory, folks, for it to cause. Considering what happened in Arizona with the one meteor and somewhere else where they're just, just sometimes just have a hard time seeing that event. Now, something happened probably, but very hard for me to say, yeah, that's where it hit. Because to me, that would have been a planet killer, not just an animal killer. So, but that's where we're flying through right now. Then we'll come in, and then this plateau here, folks, especially I believe Mexico City is like right in here, 8,000 feet above sea level. We, about 20 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago, we're talking about what it, about that. And did you know, I'm going to do a little research here real quick. Mr. Google. In 1968, the Olympics were in Mexico City. I bet that would have been fun to watch. The high altitude, all of that playing in. I'm going to a Summer Olympics, the heat and all of that. Oh. Huh. Wow. Reading a little bit more into it. Wow. Interesting. But, yeah, interesting the fact that South Africa, they were talking to want to race, it's a mile up, I believe, for Johannesburg. So, I mean, it's not unheard of throughout many parts of the world. Just us. All right, folks, so We got about 50 minutes to go, and looking for a pretty smooth arrival. Much like the departure, we're going to fly a teardrop onto the ILS for the airport. So hope you enjoy, and I will be right back. All right, folks, 270 miles till we hit top of descent. Oh, we're starting to get into some either convection or we go porpoising. All right, well, we got through that. All right, so we're now looking at 215 miles out. Let's do a quick, if you don't mind, a quick look at our arrival. Give you an idea what still lays ahead. We got to go past MMTOAX and then we begin our run on Acapulco. Maybe the love boats in. Who knows? All right, real quick here, folks. Weather in Acapulco as of an hour and 18 minutes, pretty much when we took off, 080 and 12, 8 miles visibility, and we'll try to fix the sky on down. That's broken at 10,000 and broken at 30,000. Don't know how it broke, but it's broken. And 30 degrees Celsius, 2985. So distant towering Qs to the south. What's a towering Q? It's those big cumulus clouds that form into thunderstorms. To the south of the airport, there are towering cumulus clouds. All right, sounds like a fun arrival. There is no particular star for this approach. However, we're going to fly what's called the Acapulco ILS to runway 10 Zulu. So here's our ATIS, our Acapulco approach, and our tower frequencies. Now, we're not in VAT USA territory, so CTAF is not an issue here. We're in VAT Mexico, so not worried about having to pull a CTAF out of here. But if you ever have to in VAT USA, folks, it's .ctaf space the 4-character identifier for the airport you're going to in the message bar of whatever pilot client you're using. Hopefully controllers start remembering this is in effect. As I've heard many a ground controller hand to the wrong entity. So leading to a lot of confusion out there. Personally, well, no, I'm not going to get into that, no. Decided, no, we're not doing that. So, all right, so we're going to make sure 111.9 is tuned in. 103 degrees on our HSI, and that's going to be our ILS. 2,100 feet at 6.3 on the localizer. On the VOR, 6.7 DME. At that point, we need to be at 2,100 MSL or 2,088 feet. Folks, we're only like the touchdown area is 12 feet above sea level, airport itself 15. So that's why. But if you look closely here, as we make our turn into the localizer, there is some higher terrain just inland. So we'll contend with it. Our acceptable cloud height minimum base has to be 200 feet. So if you get a BKN or OVC in the METAR, let me show you what I'm talking about, because while it's not in play here, I can show it. So had BKN broken. Oh, we just got a new one. So if BKN instead said 003, okay, that's what we're talking about, folks. Oh, we just went into this. Sorry, folks. So we're starting to go through convection. Wow, it is really taking us up. Okay, I think thinking about making a climb here, folks. Just look at something here. Okay, I was looking. All right, we'll see if we can't get this thing to stabilize a little bit. Wow. Convection got pretty intense there. All right, so real quick here, back to it. So we're going to fly over ACA, fly out 263, 10 miles, turn it back in on the ILS. All right, folks. That's our game plan. Hope we get to do it. All right, folks, welcome back. I think we're through most of it. We've got some traffic way below us. Hopefully we won't get into that porpoise again. Fun times, wasn't it? But, barring how well we do, or bad we do, I think we're going to go ahead and set up for Sedona. Scottsdale's what I really thought about, but I think we're going to go ahead and take her on up to Sedona. All right, folks, we got about 100 miles to top a descent. What altitude? We were in the brief and things kind of went screwy. Let's kind of get back to it real quick while we have a second. All right, so the plan is to come over the VOR at 3,000 feet, take that out 10 miles, descending down to 2,100 feet and slowing for approach. So we'll probably come across to 230, 240, slowing to 220, slowing to 200, and then really slowing by 6.3 to our final approach. Okay, and then finally we were talking about minimums. We're looking at probably 2 minutes and 18 seconds from 6.3 to our missed approach. All right, so we can accept 200 broken or overcast and a visibility of 1,600 meters or more. All right, now the last thing we need to do is get our numbers. So let's go to landing. So we're looking at about a 125 approach. Unfortunately, you can't set that here, folks. You're just gonna have to fly it. Not again. Okay, you can see where the top of descent point is. It's somewhere between T-suit and MD. Will start down. OT, SUT, and MEMD. So, and it shows just before MD. All right, folks, we're now in the final stages here. Huh. Interesting toy the little girl just got. So interesting thing to put on the stroller for her. So hopefully she'll grow into it. All right, let me see. We've got this traffic right here. I want to check into that real quick. Appears to be going to Mexico City, and the other one wherever MMBT is. So WestJet and GLD. I'm not sure where that would come from. It's got to be something to do with Mexico. All right, so I am going to go ahead and begin setting up for our descent to 3,000. Just as we start porpoising again. rein that in a little bit. All right, with the way things are going, yeah, they're going to have to sit down. All right, we're going to hold the music there, folks. All right, and let me just look here. All right, folks. Acapulco, not far off. We're looking into descent. I don't know if that's on here or not. Nope. About 131 miles out. So what I need to do, first off, second off, and third. There we go. Let me get my radio. All right, so we need for our ILS 111.9. Okay. Now, $115. Okay, so everything looks good here. We've started our descent into Acapulco. Okay, so at some point I am going to come back to nav. Be right back. All right, folks, sorry for that descent break there. The little one was on her way to St. Louis and just wanted to get her loaded into the car and all of that fun stuff. So they'll be back a little later today. All right, so we are through our transition level. So we need to set 2984. Okay, and let's set our 200. Yeah, let's go for it. And we are all set. Now, the interesting thing here, folks, we're showing a minimum descent or a minimum altitude of 20,000 feet on this airway. However, we're coming into our destination. So that makes it always a little interesting to watch. And ACA. All right. Okay, I'm going to give this a try, folks. Getting over speeding. Big time. Okay, well, we are still 40 plus miles out, so obviously a little too early again on the descent. Okay, well, we'll do our best here, folks. Again, we got to cross the VOR at 3,000, so out 10 miles, and that's the hard thing here. Okay, I see it now. We're 27 miles out of the VOR. All right, so we watch here, and hopefully that needle stays where it's supposed to. I haven't seen it veer. All right, but I hope you all have enjoyed. It's been a fun flight, little challenges here and there. Uh, but that's to be expected with a plane like this. It's a little daunting at times. But a little practice, a lot more flying on my part would really help. So we'll see what we can do. So again, hope y'all are having a great day. Hope your Thursday, Friday Eve is going well. And you're ready for the weekend because, boy, folks, it's right there for you. All right, folks. I just learned something here. All right, so if you come in, folks, and you don't see TX and RX bright blue, check your comp. Here's your microphone. Check your speaker, depending which one. TX would be your microphone, speaker would be the RX. And as all, you have the ability to turn them up, turn them down, possibly even to mute. Ooh, that's cold. So, all right, folks. So anyway, we're on our way. We're just kind of watching for high traffic or high terrain before we start our descent. Matter of fact, not knowing specifically where looks like the VOR is on the airport, so I think right about there is our airport. Now, once we get to the VOR, we will make a slight turn to 263. Okay, and fly out at 3,000 feet, slowing to 220. Okay, and that's my game plan. And then we'll enter that nice right banking turn into the localizer, which is a heading of 103 into the localizer. So we'll flip to the localizer. All right, we are going to begin our descent to 3,000. I hate this part. There's our airport, folks. Now, if anyone out there knows how to arm the spoilers, would sure love to hear. I hope it's not they actually pull the spoilers when they're on the ground. I would hope they're arming them. Okay, pre-landing cabin pressure. Taxi lights are on, flaps as required. All right, folks, I think we just crossed. We did. All right, so let me get on our heading. And we need to come off 263. Gear spoilers, it says to arm, and I don't know. Okay, now I'm gonna utilize my chart here. Again, 10 DME, folks. Then we swing around. Okay, I'm actually gonna set my inbound course 103. Uh, 9, okay. Okay, we're cutting in a little close, but we've still got plenty of room. Runway in sight. Here we go. Acapulco traffic, NetJets 572, approximately 8-mile final for runway 10. Okay, flaps down, gears, 3 green down. Don't have auto brakes, folks. And we're just flying the ILS. Acapulco traffic, Citation 572, approximately 5-mile final for 10. Okay, missed approach altitude set. Landing.
Minimums. 100. Light slow. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
All right, folks, welcome into Acapulco. We'll take Delta towards the tower there, and then we'll head over to General Aviation, which will be to the right-hand side. Hope you all enjoyed. I'm going to go ahead, bring the APU online as soon as we get rid of the yokes again. Big thing is just make sure the master switch is on. Flaps are up, trim. Okay, after landing, spoilers are down, flaps are up, fuel boosts to off. All right, we got the brakes set. All right, Pito, let's get all the heats off. Okay, over here. All right, and bleed airs are on, fuel checked. 2,800 or 2,800 pounds. Let's shut them down. Okay, left and right engines are on, center cross feeds off. And thrust, my favorite thing here. Good, they're dialing back. Okay, for now, avionics. And we are good, folks. Actually, I'm going to leave avionics on because we're going to reset for a new flight. All right, let's get that door open so they can get to whatever it is they want to do here, whenever they want to go. All right, folks. So we're on the deck here at Acapulco. Hope y'all enjoyed the ride in here. Going to be turning around here in a few minutes, and we are going to go to Sedona, Arizona. Now this is going to be, hang on. Let me just load it up here, give you a ballpark of what we're looking at mileage-wise. It's going to take a little bit to get there, folks. About a 3.5-hour journey, 1,300 miles, and we're going to go from Acapulco up to Sedona. A lot of talk in Sedona. You know, it's also where SETI is. They're looking for the extraterrestrial radio messages. And a whole lot of other interesting things I've only heard of, never been there, so I can't even say I know of it. I've just heard. All right, let me just make sure. Okay, recognition lights can go off. That can go off. Tail flood can go off. And all right. Did it reset? I think it did. Sweet. All right, well, we will be right back, and we're going to start planning that run to Sedona. So bear with me. I got to use the restroom and get a spare water and soda standing by for this run, because we're going to hopefully have some fun and talk about next month on the way. Next month is Viewer Appreciation Month, so love to get some ideas out of y'all of where you'd like us to go. It's all about you folks, not about me. You know, I'm just the guy they put behind the microphone, literally. But it's all about you all coming out and supporting the channel. That gave us the affiliate status, believe it or not, 3 years ago. So give us a couple minutes. We'll be right back, and we'll give you a nice tranquil look here. We're going to go ahead, stay on VATSIM. Oh, man, am I remiss? Let's take a look at that and look at the information on it and see how we did. All right, 383 feet a minute, folks. I ain't going to complain. Only thing I will complain is that's a little too slow. Just saying. All right, so let's get in here and look at the numbers. So there's the flight, little getting her on track, but we finally did. Overall, pretty good flight other than the ups and downs in those thunderstorms, or whatever you want to call them, because they weren't showing on radar. Really wasn't much radar in that area. So, but anyway, it was a 2-hour flight. 764 miles at 1,800 kilograms of fuel. All right, so let's look at it a little bit more in depth. This is where Volanta may now go, but it didn't when I first used it. All right, well, I'm kind of liking this landing. We're in the infamous aiming point. Folks, this is where your glide slope and your pappies aim you to be on landing. That way you have plenty of runway to do what you need to do. Stop or touch and go or whatever you're going to do. So that looks good. 9 to 10, well, we'll call it 10 feet off to the right. Again, I'm not complaining. And the overall numbers do look pretty good. And I wasn't let go by the people in the back for a bad landing. So I take that as a win. Fingernail was bugging me. All right. Interesting. You see that, folks? Equipped with AE 3007-C1 engines. I have just said. Oh, well. Yeah, you know, you gotta love it sometimes. All right. So let's head over to the dashboard. Takes a few seconds. There it goes. Give it a second to load in. Looks like Europe's up and running, as you would expect. Today in Toronto. Oh, look, Visit Mexico starts in 6 hours. Oh, wait a minute. So it's aiming for Mexico City. Huh, pretty cool. All right, well, we're not going that way. We're going to the U.S. from here. So then tomorrow, giving you all some things to look at. South African Crossfire. And then looks like Friday is a Houston is going to have a lot of business. All right, so well, folks, I'm going to pull that down. As well as that for now, and up top. And we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back in just about hopefully less than 5 minutes. Be right back. All right, folks, we are back. Sorry I didn't put any music on. All right, get everything cleared off here. All right, let's get in here. Plan out number 2, shall we? Let's go this route. Oh, excuse me. And bear with me a second. SEZ, that's what I thought. Okay. Okay, we're going to go for a 58 departure. Flight number 572. I don't know if that's correct. Okay, we'll go with a 10% and 45 miles, 20 minutes to taxi, 10 minutes in. Let's go with, well, you know what, let's set it 6. And I don't know, we have a, how's the route we have? Well, let's see how it does. Well, I didn't even get to show you that part, folks. Well, doggone it. Well, here we go. All right, so let me see what we actually ended up with here. A little deeper trek through Mexico instead. Okay, we'll take it. So we're looking at about a 3.5-hour journey. We'll hit the fly now button so you all can see it better. Looks like it could be a little stormy up there. Let's see. We wanted 6 people, 330 pounds of cargo. So we're going to run with 1,530 pounds of payload. It should bring us around 23,530 pounds on the zero fuel weight. 7. Whoa. I don't think I'm comfortable with 7,800 pounds. Did we get? Hang on, I'm going to look at my fuel. They gave us close to 15,000 pounds out of Cozumel for half the trip. Or did they? Stand by. No, they did not. That was silly on my part. They did not. Okay, so we do have more fuel. Okay, bear with me here, folks, for a second. I'm going to bring SimBrief in here. Okay, so again, here's our trip that you saw on the map there. We're going to be uplifting. I'm going to put in 9,000 in case we want to bump this up even higher. We should be cruising at Mach 0.80. That's 0.86. Okay, cool. So yeah, I want to pad us a little bit. So 8,800 to 9,000. There's our routing with no step climbs. Again, 43,000. We'll see how that works out. And what I was looking at for the fuel, if you go to show your flight plan, here's what it looks like if you were to print it out in the American format. Now, Lido is default. So if you didn't change that, you would not see it this way. It'd be a different. All right, so here's our 10%. Here's our 45 minutes. And here's our, in case we have to go to Phoenix, which I should have made Sedona, but oh well. Phoenix isn't bad. So we're releasing, they want to, and I'm going to put an extra 1,000 at minimum on 7,829 feet. I know somebody just landed. Oh, shown as a UPS aircraft. All right, so I am going to actually come off VATSIM right now and file. Okay, real quick through the weather. We already know what it's like here, 070 at 11, 8 miles of visibility, so it looks good. Over in Sedona, I'm a little nervous here. Showing some rain up on the radar. We'll have to wait and see. Right here is looking good, 10 miles clear, 31 degrees. So looking good. Maybe we're flying over it to get to it, you know, I don't know. So I'll show you it here in a second. Go ahead, get on VATSIM. Okay, so we got a 1959 departure time proposed. We'll get back on VATSIM now. Okay, and close that out and close that out. Now, What I'm talking about is right up in here. This is about where Sedona is. It's where the line ends. See what I mean? A lot of rain. So we'll kind of see how that shapes up for our arrival. Good thing is we're not using a virtual airline, so diverting is not that difficult. All right, so with that, folks, let's get to planning. Pre-flight, my bad. All right, so we've uplifted the fuel. APU is still running and the bleeds are on. Good. All right, so we need to uplift the fuel. My bad, we hadn't done that yet. Okay, payload's 1530. So what I do is just go here, 1530, enter. Fuel, 7829. 8890. Okay, and then I hit done and apply. And there it is right there. Okay, we're ready to go for that. Gear lever is still down, 3 green. Circuit breakers in, fuel switches or fuel boosts are off, ignition's off, batteries are on, and we're on the APU. Avionics, everything's set. Bleed, cabin, packs, radios, the whole everything ready to go. All right, so let's go over here to flight plan. Oh, wait. And I forgot. I thought I did that. Oh, no, I didn't. I know why. All right, so we got the flight plan loaded. I know y'all are going, well, would you show it the other way once? Not on a long flight. We'll do a short one and do it more justice that way. Okay, so let's get in here, get our departure confirmed. Okay, so what we got to do, folks, is import from SimBrief. And there's our trek up to Sedona, Phoenix being our alternate. Okay, and it looks like the Agol Glow 1 AGLON departure. We actually have that. Let's see exactly what we're doing. Okay. This looks fun. So we got to go out at 1,500 feet, begin our turn to intercept. Is that an intercept or what the heck? No written details of what to do here. All right, well, anyway, we're going to be at or above 8,000 feet at AA 426, at or above 10,700. Because of the higher terrain, we're going to be just ahead of, and then up to 15,000 or above by AGLON. AGLON. Okay. AA 422. AA 426. Oops, we went too far. 427. And AGLON. Nuix. Okay, so now we're off that. Hang on. Nuix, Olua, Heskla, Aleppo, UPN. Okay, then on to IGSON and LONKU and DGO. Somewhere up here. There it is. Then Ulico, Nepada. Again, I checked these folks because I have been caught going, wait, whoa. Oh, there it is. I was going to say, where is it? Coddle, okay. ELQ, SSO is USA. Which looks like a direct 376-mile run. Wow. Now you're in the U.S., folks. And NABOB. Looks like another direct. Why NABOB? Huh. All right, so now they got me kind of curious. Why NABOB? How far from Sedona are you? 300 miles. Oh, 39 miles. Okay. A little better. Maybe approaches come off this? I don't know. We're about to find one approach. That's not good. RNAV to runway 3. Very much not good. If we have this weather we're anticipating, we could have some troubles here. Still variable, 10 miles clear, 32 degrees. They're calling 2-1. Worst case scenario, we go to Costa, to Herkin, come in on the RNAV. Okay, that's worst case scenario. I am going to go ahead. Costa. No, I'm going to do it this way. There, just in case. Right now, we're going to plan a visual. Even though, if I'm not mistaken, there's a lot of, is there any way to, 4,800 feet, it's 10,000. Wow. Okay, well, if we got to come in on the 2s, we'll overfly and see what we need to do. All right, now I'm gonna. So worst case, we'd come in, overfly, and stay pretty tight to come in. Okay. Ooh, doggy. All right, well. So there you go, folks. So for arrival, none. Runway. Going to go ahead and stay with the selected, and we're going to go ahead activate. Performance. Oh. Okay, we're going to go 43,000, but we may request higher. It's fine. 8,000 by 426 is saying could be tough. Yeah, I'm thinking so. All right, and our wins today, 226 at 11. $127, $127, $138. All right, folks, we're ready. We're ready. Well, we're ready. Nerd with Wings, the original Godspeed. Welcome aboard, sir. Hope you're enjoying our little foray into the Citation 10. And thanks for being a part today. Yes, I have updated my RNX. And everything should be up to date. Let's double check. 13 June to 11 July. Yes. So, did you update before flying? All right, folks, we are on VATSIM. And folks, what we're talking about is if you're one that likes to keep your FMCs and something new for the last 3 or 4 years, your actual simulators up to date with the latest AirNac information available, today was the day. You'll get an email. If you're with NavDate or NavGraph, you'll get an email. But if you go in, you would be able to update right now. You know, a lot of people, reason I said that to Nerd with Wings, a lot of people come in here and tell me, did you update? And I go, well, yeah. Did you before your flight? And they go, no. So I always have fun with that. Usually I forgot. So it's where it kind of ends up. So, but anyway, folks, we're ready to go. We're about 20 minutes early, and our folks are headed to the ramp. And there's what our route looks like, folks. I'm going to go ahead and get our heading set in here. For the 10, we need 103. Okay, and we're not going to worry about, I'm just going to use ACA mainly for DME. Okay. Because as you remember on our chart, we have to be 1500 or above. We start our turn to direct 426. Looks like an intercept though. And I know they somehow intercept off these fixes, but man, I don't know how. So, you don't mind, folks. That's what we're going to do is at least put 2,000 feet in and then make the turn while climbing pretty steep, trying to get up above 8,000. And we still got to get up above, I mean, we're going to be climbing here, folks. So, all right, so let's finish this up here. Okay, so we've got hydraulics on. Nav lights are indeed on. APU's running. And we got it set for the cockpit cabin packs, avionics power on, radio set, autopilot set and disengaged. Oxygen, fuel, flight plans in, warning systems were tested already today. V speeds entered 127, V1 127, rotate 138, V2. Altimeter, see if it's changed since being on the ground. Whoa. Looking at Sedona, that's why. I was going to say, wow, we really jumped here. 2984. Okay, our initial climb is 43,000. So I'm going to set that. If I had any complaints, and it's not aimed at X-Plane, this is a general aviation complaint I have. And I know it's because there isn't a lot of space in the cockpit. But when you boil it down, there really isn't a lot of space in many cockpits. But anyway, the having to come down here to fiddle with courses and headings and altitude selects, that's why you got to have two people, folks. So they can, you know, one can dedicate to flying, one can dedicate to everything else. All right, so as we look at the gauge one last time, folks, and then we're going to go into startup. So we're going to take off a 422. Is that double A? Double A 422. We're going to turn direct a double A 426. And here's where we got to be above 8,000 feet. So you can see, folks, we only have about 22 miles to get up there. All right, so hang on. It's going to be a fun ride. Trust me. Famous last words. One last look at her before we commence the engine start. Everything's ready to go. Okay, doors are closed. Seatbelt sign on. Is it down or up? Up. Okay. Ground rec lights on. One click. Brakes, chocks, ready. Throttles are at all the way back and cut off. We'll explain this a little bit in here. Fighter people and, well, not just fighters. There's other aircraft in the military, but they're the big ones. And a lot of general aviation folks use this system where you pull up on these hooks and then you can bring one at a time up. Now, that's how it's supposed to work. How it works here for me, never. Now, closing them can be problematic too, but we're a little better with that. So, but that's how, and there's a lot of fighters where you push them in, throttles all the way back. Now they hit a stop, so you're cruising along at 1,000 knots in an F4. You pull the throttles all the way back to the stops. They don't run out of fuel. They just stop. You got to physically lift up on that gang bar and then pull them back to get them to shut down. Trust me. All right, so here we go. Fuel boost switches to on. Okay. Environmental packs to off. Leave it right there. And we are ready to fire up engine number 2. So to do this, folks, it's pretty automatic, minus you got to turn an ignition switch on first. Then you just push the button, it does the rest. Theoretically, what I just did here should have worked to bring it in, but no, it moved both of them. So, what can I say? It's a default airplane. We might get someone down the road who is Cessna Citation 10 savvy and give us a Zebo-like mod. Never know. We got one for the 747-400, folks, in the form of Sparks 43. Never know. Never know the talents that are out there in the flight sim world. Updating both sims. Cool. All right. Okay, so engine 2 is up. So the last step is ignition off, and we turn on ignition for number 1, and then push the left-hand switch. All right, Nerd with Wings, expect to see you flying wingman here on this from Acapulco up to Sedona. And we don't take no as an answer. Just kidding. Just kidding, friend. Just kidding. All right, we got number 1 fired up. So let's go ahead. Ignition. And then we can turn our packs back on. And our gens. Oops, wrong way. And the generators are on. Cross feeds to normal. And trying to see if there's anything else real quick. And we can shut the APU down. All right, folks, here we go. We're ready to taxi. Flaps 5. Taxi lights, pitot heat's on. I'm going to go ahead, bring on the windshield heat. We had a little bit of a bumpy ride on the way over from Cozumel. So we may be turning on the anti-ice. That's one thought I had while I was in flight, that maybe we were icing up. So we'll see. All right, so last checks here, windshield heat, left and right on, flap set, nav light set, trim is 5.3. So we need it between 5 and 5.4. And that's the one thing I wish we had more info on. Left and right bleeds are on, we're ready to go. Acapulco traffic, NetJets 572, taxiing from General Aviation to runway 10 for departure. Taxi light on. And yes, folks, we are on VATSIM, and we'll see what we come into when we get up to the Albuquerque area with Phoenix and Sedona. But again, welcome aboard. Thank you for being a part of Flying with Mike. If you're new, hit that follow button, please. Love to have you on our next flight. Tomorrow we are in the world of the Clipper again. Pan Am. So we're going to be hopefully flying a couple of flights. All right, let's start in flaps 5K. All right, everything looks good. I think what I might do all right, I'm going to turn the terrain radar on is what I'm going to do. All right, so we got to get down here to Alpha to Fox, head that out. So folks, if you fly your little airliners in here, whatever it might be, here's where the majority of y'all park. That's the gates and outdoor parking. All right, we'll be ready to go at the end. That's my goal. Oh, I'm cutting right through them. Oh well. Thought the taxiway was up here. That's what I get for thinking, folks. Thankfully, nobody's parked here. Yeah, I can hear them going, it's one of those crazy Yanks driving those doggone GA aircraft. What do they think they're doing? Oh yeah, we're going to hit one. Off with your head. All right, folks, now we're on the taxiway, headed out to runway 10 for departure. Steep climb. Acapulco traffic, NetJets 572, type Citation 10, departing runway 10. All right, folks, here we go. We are cleared. No one said a word. We're heading for the runway. Clear? Clear? Don't know what that is all the time. Acapulco traffic, NetJets Citation 572, clear of your area. Okay, hopefully I did things better this go around. Like, let's get a little bit steeper in this climb. Okay, we got the 8,000 beat. We're going to have the 10,700 beat, probably the 15 also, so we're looking good. lights off. Okay, looks like we're tracking really good here. And we should, I think I'm going to go ahead. We've already got the 10,700 beat. We'll go at 3,000 feet a minute. Out of curiosity, what was my profile? Let's just come down here. Look. Oh no, did they get rid of that? Oh, they did. Alright, well, or maybe I was thinking a different one. Okay, well. I thought there was a way to see how this aircraft was set up by the creator for the different profiles. Gonna try. Oh yes, here it is. So 250, 300, Mach 80. All right, so descent 3,000 feet a minute. All right, I'm just kind of curious, folks. Sorry. And our 10,700 foot was beat by almost 10,000 feet. And our 15,000 foot mark, probably close to 15,000 will beat it. So we did good on the climb out, folks, or the aircraft did. Ooh, why are we getting squirrely? Not happy I'm not paying attention? Still no weather radar. Boy, there's some rain lurking about out there in Sedona, so we'll kind of see how this approach is going to play out. I'm hoping visibilities and all will be good so we can visually fly it. We'll make precautions in case. All right, we're on our way, folks. We're gonna push over just a few. Try and regain some of that. There we go. And we'll kind of watch our speeds, watch our rate of climb as we head on up, folks, to flight level 430. Might even go for 45 or 47. And we're in the rain. Anti-ice is on. This would be a nice point. Now, Grant, well, let's see. I haven't checked one thing. No radar or anything out here, so that was weird. So, all right, folks, so we're on our way. Hope you've enjoyed that. That was actually a pretty decent takeoff. Everything came right together like it was supposed to. And we're on our way. For those with a scorecard, hang on a second. We're looking at about 2 hours, 50 minutes to Sedona. But again, thanks for being a part of Flying with Mike. Always a pleasure being up here with you. If you're new, smash that follow button. Love to have you aboard on our next flight. Like I said, tomorrow is Clipper Day. Flying Los Angeles, Seattle. And from there, we'll see. In, you guessed it, the Queen of the Skies. 747-200. I am going to go ahead and extend the range on this. Radar supposedly on. And over here, let's see, we're on terrain, so we'll keep it like that, and we'll see how the terrain radar works out here. Because we're definitely 8,000 foot terrain now, folks. And just to give you a feel for the territory we're flying through here, Guadalajara is actually not that far ahead of us. We're minimum safes on a sectional at 12,500. Looks like there could be some volcanic peaks. Can't see them. Compliments of the granite cumula. That's granite behind the cumula cloud. Makes for a bad day when you run into that, because you don't run out. All right, we're going to put the sunglasses on so we can see a little better. I think they need to kind of tone it down a little, especially on the outside views, but that's me. You know, to each of us, everyone has their own likings. So they don't, no sleep lost on this guy. All right. Oh, we need to come down a little more. We're down under. All right, let's go with 1,000 feet a minute on up. That ought to help us keep our speed at least. No passengers. Sometimes, I again, probably not this one, but there are times when Austin takes a seat in the back there judging our flying capabilities. I don't know if that's just with each update or how that works. I haven't seen him back there in quite a while. As we said in the first flight, folks, if you were here, not here for that, shame on you. Work is no excuse. School is no excuse. Okay, we might give you that one. Just kidding. We talked about what this aircraft is actually capable of. It is capable of flying supersonic. However, for you guys that have your Citation 10 certs, go out there and see what you can really do in the real world. The aircraft itself is not certified for that. There's big engines on the back to push that little airframe above speed of sound. You and the plane are not certified to do that. Many a pilot lost their wings because, well, the plane can do it, why can't I? So, just thought I'd let you know, it is capable. I'm actually going to go ahead and can I push up a little? Okay, so we're right now at 0.66 Mach. This is the part I'm never really good at, and that is maintaining the climb performance 0.80 and 300. We are currently at 500 feet a minute. But we're 3,000 from our target. 12 miles. Okay. After that, Durango, 1290. And I doubt we'll be in range for that one. That's good. That's a little bit of a run. All right, we're getting closer to that 0.80, even though we're going to push it up to 0.86. That's why the people that own this plane own it. They want to be able to get there. Folks, there's quite a few pennies in this plane to be able to own it. So, we talked about that too on the first leg as we head up here to Sedona. They are definitely not cheap to own and operate. All right, we're just about top of climb. We're on our way, folks. We have approximately 2 hours, 24 minutes to go. Right now, nobody anywhere on our traffic route up past UPN and LONKU. Don't anticipate anyone till we get up closer to the border with the United States. So for now, folks, enjoy and hope you have a great Thursday. All right, folks, just trying to set volumes a little better here. Each aircraft, of course, is a little different, and hope you all enjoy the ride. We're over Mexico right now. In all actuality, looks pretty stormy. So try something here. Nope, that didn't work. All right, so we're just gonna kind of cruise along. Hope y'all enjoy. All right, folks, we're back with you here, and we just made it to UPN. That is Europan, and then we're now headed towards Durango here shortly. Oh, but I want to say thank you, folks, for coming aboard. I sure appreciate you, and look forward to a beautiful run today. So, anyway, folks, it's actually been a better day in our household here. We just got notice via the mail. I thought it was supposed to come via a phone call, but you know, hey, translations always get messed up. But anyway, um, as many of you know, and it's almost to the date 1 month ago, I was let go from the airport I worked at. Granted, off and on for 20 years. And not going to get into it. Doesn't need to be aired across Twitch, across the internet. But filed for unemployment here in the United States, and the company contested it. Today we received word that I will continue to receive unemployment benefits. That I don't even remember. I don't want to speak out of term, but the wording was basically that there wasn't grounds for what they said. Does that mean you get a job back? No. Would I want my job back? No. Not right now. But no, I more than likely would not go back. To me, it's a hostile place, and no. So, but anyway, the good thing that came out of it again, folks, is that's it. That part's over. We're safe and we'll be receiving our unemployment benefits and continuing here forth. And that's great news. Definitely a big praise God for that one, because I've, one, never been in unemployment situation like this, and two, have that thrown at me on top of the other. Just, I could only give it to the Lord, and it was through the Lord is how that happened. And I know some of you don't like when I talk that way here, but I'm sorry. I fully believe in Jesus Christ, and if I can impart that on you all, you know, you can take it or leave it. It's your call, folks. So, but all I can say is praise God for that, and your prayers. Thank you so much. All right, so we're starting to porpoise. Hang on a second here, folks. Get on here. See if I can rein this thing in. really hate when it does this. This is something that's kind of new. I don't know if that's a 1.0 issue or not. But the porpoising, there's no convection out here unless that's really what's causing it. And I'm not turning them on. But yeah, it's just kind of weird. It just comes and goes. But anyway, back to it, folks. Really good news today, and really thankful. Thankful for prayers being answered, and thank you for those of you who were praying for our family. Still a lot of hurdles to go, namely finding a job. But we thank you so much, though. Oh, we don't have... So, but anyway, I just wanted to pass that along. So, we're going to cruise on to Sedona, Arizona, folks. Now, we visited, we didn't get all the way up to Sedona. We were, what's the name, Cottonwood? Hang on, folks. I'm going to come up here. Ooh. Turn the rain off for... Said, off with you. The Verde Railroad. Yes, we were... I'm trying to find, there's the interstate, and we would have gone, yeah, around Cottonwood. Clarksdale, that's where we were, Clarksdale. So yeah, Cottonwood Airport, Papa 52, and granted, it was November, folks. Very, very beautiful up there. Wow, that's all I could say. Looking at this map, boy, I would love to go back. Glider action to the west of there and south in Prescott Valley. Oh, that would be fun. Yes, indeed. But we're going to head to Sedona. Elevation, 4,831 feet. And you know what? I think I just might take us to 45. All right, we're going to go on up to 45,000, folks. See what the how things are up there. See if the porpoising isn't as bad. So DGO is next. Durango. Picking it up. Yes, I am. 242 miles. Actually, I don't think we're picking it up yet. I believe that's the FMC fix counter. That's a nice long range VOR if it was. So, all right. So we're on our way, folks, and hope y'all enjoy. We're doing our best to keep the music away. We've had some copyright hits over on YouTube again by a certain group, and albeit no strikes, so that's the good news. But because it's an ongoing issue, you know, we're going to fix it, and then 2 months down the road, it happens again. So I am in the process of rooting out the music and working to either find a new artist. I really like their music, folks. If you haven't figured out, I'm into the epic style of music. Just love that. And albeit I keep getting hit with them, so I have to make a business decision, and that is I can't take a chance of it turning into a strike. So we'll play the other stuff that gets through with no trouble, and go from there. All right, we're 2 hours out of Sedona, and we're on our way. And one other thing of note, those of you with the Flight Factor A320, not sure when we're going to get that fixed. Watching their Discord, it's pretty not well. I haven't looked at it late since early this morning. Don't want to misspeak. Nope, no changes. I'm really kind of dismayed with the way the company is handling this. I get their stance, and it doesn't mean I have to agree with it. But it's a shame people bought the product and they're more centered on other things. And I know that makes people unhappy waiting for that item, but you know, makes me wonder, do I really want that item coming? Really puts it into a perspective. So we shall see. Oh, let's see here. Nope, nothing new. Yeah, a whole bunch of people reporting problems. So I see where their focus is, and so be it. All right, so anyway, just wanted to pass that along. I've been kind of following that a little. Not going to follow it anymore. I may just go, what a sucker I was, and bought it. So And all I can say to everyone out there, buyer beware. So on we go. Yeah, that has just not sat well with me, the answers they give. So, but again, it's their company. They can run it how they want. Not a, there was a term an old boss of mine had, unfortunately, from that airport. It almost plays into play here, but I'm not going to be that cruel. But yeah, it's pretty accurate. All right, let's get on to some good news. Kind of looking here in my Discord channel, and I try to stay away from other streamers, and not out of, I don't, what's the words I'm looking for? Trying to keep people here so they don't go there, but spy flights up. I have to make mention of this because it cracked me up. So, you know, it was but a month or two ago. I could not figure out where one of these airports he loves to visit is. And he's visiting it again today. Munchkin. Munchen. It's because I pronounce it Munich. Yeah. I've been looking all over sectionals and VFR charts. I've even typed it in, and nothing came up. Lo and behold, EDDM. So, yeah, you know, sometimes, yeah, not the big brightest bulb in the patch, huh? Oh, so yeah, just wanted to make mention there of that. Oh, sometimes I wonder. But he is a good streamer, folks. If you know, when you're not watching us, you know, I believe I have my channel set for him to come on, plus a couple of others that I feel are really worthwhile. And good job there, Spy. Yeah, you, yep, got me all those years. So, but anyway, he's actually really good, and he's actually taught me a couple tricks here, but you know, he's just, I'm just gonna stop there because but anyway, folks, yeah, Munchkin, I didn't realize was actually Munich International Airport. Well, now I know where to fly if I want to go to Munchkin. The other one I'm looking for, and I think it's called Login. But I know that's what most of their airspace is. Hang on a second here. Get rid of that. All right. Just clearing my sim brief here. And I think Lagen is a airport in Germany as well. Of course, I don't spell it right. Anyway, I just did it again and still can't find it. All right, folks, we're at 45,000 feet now. So when centers come on, we have to ask them to amend our flight plan because unfortunately, once we're in, we can't. Even though sometimes we fly quite a bit of mileage on it. All right, we're in the clouds here, so I'm really watching my porpoising here, seeing if it's going to happen again. Well, I can see terrain radar isn't really of much value because I know below us. Hang on a second. I got to figure out where we are again. We're near Guadalajara is behind us. We still headed towards Durango? Yes. All right, and yeah, just well, terrain radar, folks, is meant to aim down, and I've just again, you know, we can be disappointed in these things, folks. Let me try something. But overall, it's not a bad plane. Are there going to be problems with a default aircraft? Yes. We found a couple. Either in the aircraft or the pilot or both. But overall, it's a really good aircraft, and I highly recommend those of you in the GA love it knowledge, love it type of flying. This is where, one of those aircraft, folks. It comes to you with X-Plane 12. It may have a couple things that a default aircraft we may not like, but overall, folks, they got a good plane here. A Zebo type guy or gal could come in here, couple tweaks here and there on data refs and add this, add that, whatever this and that is. You'd have a Zebo type aircraft here. X-Plane has really put together a really good aircraft here. And one that'll survive the betas. Because it's part of the betas. So, like I said, give it a try, folks. I would be more than happy. One day, maybe we'll do it next month. We'll talk about that here in a second. Set up a day where you all can tell me a good day. We have a group flight and we fly the Citation 10. You all can walk through with me, bringing the plane to life, and we take a short hop somewhere. Say St. Louis to Frankfurt. Oh, I mean, I just heard Hawker woke up. Where is he? Actually, don't even know if the plane could actually fly that far. I'll be totally honest. I don't know enough about the aircraft and its capabilities to know what it can and can't do. Could it do a St. Louis to Frankfurt? Be interesting to find out. And if you guys out there are Citation 10 savvy, inquiring minds want to know, would love to know, not want to know, would love to know. Wow. Iron Condor is out there flying. Spy is out there flying. Admiral Nieder must have been flying. I see he's showing right now offline, but glad to see some of you. Nerd with Wings, I hope you got up into the air flying somewhere. And as you see the message in the chat area there, folks, July is Viewer Appreciation Month here at Flying with Mike. Many people don't know this, but in July, 3 years ago, we became an affiliate with Twitch. So, to that end, I basically turned this stream in the month of July into an appreciation of you, not only my followers, but my subscribers, and those who just pop in, pop out, get lucky, and say, oh, look, I won something, or I did this, or I did that. So, starting 1 July, okay, might be 2, I don't know what day of the week it is, we start it for 31 days. This year, I'm toying with 2 ideas, and the second one I may have to put off to another date, and we'll explain in July if I have to. But one of them I want to explore is a subathon. I've heard about them. I've actually seen a couple of when I go to, set up to raid a stream, I see them. You might fly to Munchkin, though, huh? If you didn't catch all of that. Welcome back, Nerd with Wings. But yeah, I'm thinking about exploring a subathon, and I just want to make sure I set these up correctly. The other is a charity flight. Like I said, I don't want to haphazardly do anything when it involves charities that I truly adore, and that would be Make-A-Wish or St. Jude. What those two do for children, and folks, I know you could start listing them off, and it'd go till long after we got into Sedona. But those two are so near and dear to my heart. Make-A-Wish, because when I drove a truck, they would take advantage of a jamboree that we had in Iowa and bring these children to us in the jamboree, and those of us who are allowed would take them across the country to Reno in a convoy. They get their dream to ride in a semi. Others have dreams of being superheroes. You've heard them, folks. That's phenomenal what Make-A-Wish will do for those children. St. Jude, also, what they do for the children with cancer. Oh my gosh. What they do not only for them in helping them to remission and a pretty good life afterwards. I mean, when they hit remission, folks, it's just normal. But what they do for the families who are going through this, just phenomenal. So I don't want to sit here and just throw it out there and say, here, no, I want to make a difference for them. So that is something I have been exploring for well over a year. Still haven't gotten the answers I want yet to start one. And I'll get them. And it may be a visit to either or both charities and see what we can do. So, but that's coming up, folks, in July. Like I said, the charity flight may wait, but I'm really trying to figure and understand what this subathon is all about. That I've seen a few other people, not necessarily flight simming streams, other streams about, and trying to hone in on what exactly that's all about, and is there anything I need to set up for it. You know, Nerd with Wings, you gave me an idea. Let's see, we could set up a flight in a Citation, St. Louis to Munchkin. Again, don't know if it can make it. Or better yet, Dayton. So, all right, so we're back on track. Again, wish the terrain radar worked better. Being there's no radars out here for X-planes, weather servers, whatever they pull from, grab from to put that available to us, there's probably no data. We cross the border, I got a feeling we'll start seeing, I'm hoping we'll start seeing some returns. All right, folks, well, being it's Friday Eve, let me kind of kick it back here, let you all relax with the music, and wind up for your weekend that is right up ahead. We'll be on the side. Any questions or comments you'd like to throw at me? Keep the tomatoes and lettuce and onions, preferably just keep the onion at a minimum. But, you know, I'll be monitoring the chat. And if you do throw lettuce and tomato, could you throw a hamburger in there too? Anyway, we'll be right back. All right, folks, still with you. Oh, here we go again. Really love that. I just about all of those weather files just always gives troubles. Sometimes I feel like flying clear skies, and I'll bet it still would do those porpoising. All right, ELQ. $14.10. Let's see, I think I have that. I lied. And then SSO, which takes us into the US. Oh, where's CJS at? Did I, All right, we'll put that, here. Then SSO 1540. Yes, I am flying the default Cessna Citation 10. And I will say, folks, out of curiosity, I didn't think they would, but you never know. We did this earlier. Let me get my eyeballs pointed right here. I think the interior here is pretty decent. You never saw this in flight simming prior to till X-Plane 11 and the other side. You only saw it in things like Carenado, and higher end flight sim makers. They never went to the. Now, granted, did they go all out? No. I mean, where Carenado goes for the eye candy, shades closing, compartments opening, and such. This is default, folks. So, for me to say this is pretty doggone good, for right out of the box with X-Plane 12, that's pretty impressive, folks, to think about. It wouldn't take much for a person with the mindset of a Zebo to go into a mod and make this just a few tweaks here and there would bring this up to more like the real one, especially if you could keep it at the Zebo price, because what Zebo put together for the 737-800, folks, I'm sorry, the other, you can't rival it. It's unbelievable what they have done. And then to sit back and go, oh my God, it's free. Those are words you don't hear in the flight simming world. It's kind of like the model railroad world that I also enjoy. You don't hear the word free. Matter of fact, they take broomsticks and maybe shotguns to you when you say the word free. So, I mean, the cost of things in that world is unbelievable. Comparable to the unbelievable what some people pay for here in the flight sim world. So, it wouldn't take much. Now, I'm sure it would to get every button switch and everything working, and putting in the INS systems and stuff like that. But overall, folks, they've got a great product to start from. A gentleman in X-Plane 11 put together a really phenomenal C90 King Air, and I affectionately call it Fireball. Why? Because it caught fire several times on takeoff and this and that. Got to really mind your P's and Q's with that one. But he did a phenomenal job on that plane, folks. And that kind of dedication or eye for making it as real as possible in aircraft that are only flight sim is amazing to me. What Zebo, let alone our payware counterparts, Felis and Tolis, have put together. Just amazing out there. So, yeah, this is default, and just takes a few flights, folks, with a checklist with the operator manual or pilot operating handbook, as some would call it, the POH. And yeah. But that can be said for every plane. Just a few hours behind it, and they're all not that hard to fly. All right, and that right there will keep me from hitting many copyright violations. Just get kind of tired of them. So hopefully those two feuding will figure it out, and who knows, maybe we'll get a song or two back from them. ELQ right ahead of us. I think that's right there. Yep. So then we're going to switch our frequency to pick up CJS and head on north. Now, one thing, now this citation that I'm flying is not November 750 X-ray pop. It in fact is 99 Tango Tango. Now my only, and folks, the real one does look like this, as best I can find. I actually like the advertisement on the engine, Citation X. Bummer that it's not there. So, but again, like I said, to the credit of the guy that made delivery and all, I think, the plane itself didn't have it. I actually thought that was kind of standard on them, but, you know, some people may, you know, I actually knew some people who, back in the day, made the dealerships for automobiles take off Chevy or Ford or Dodge from their car because they're not getting paid to advertise for it. So I could see where people would want that yanked off since they're not getting paid by Cessna to advertise their product that way. And believe it or not, the dealerships, by the way, did that for those people. Yeah, I was kind of shocked. Come up to them, well, what kind of vehicle is this? It's a Chevy. Why don't it say that? Because I told them to get rid of it. I don't get paid any royalties for it, so no. I always thought that was great. Don't know which was great. The fact that he went that far or the fact they actually did it. I don't know. And looking good here. Everything's good. House fuel looking 5,700. We're doing really good. Probably could have gone with what SimBrief put out there, but you know, kind of curious. I know there was a way. Yeah, only an hour and 21 now. That's kind of stinky. All right, and we'll kick it there. Get some more songs in here, folks. Don't worry. Only got an hour and 20 minutes worth right now. Wish I could put them guys back in, but no. We'll find them, though. And by removing them from my playlists, one less chance that I could accidentally stumble on it. All right, there we go. right, I think I've cleaned out my playlists. Oh, that hurt. 3 hours of music. Ouch. Oh well, it is what it is, and we'll go on from there. Didn't want to do that. There we go. So we just crossed over ELQ, headed up to CSJ, I think it was, or something close to that. CJS. I was close. Like I said, I knew it was close. All right, folks, so we are pressing onward and upward towards the U.S. Currently, about an hour out. All right. I've got a question now. Huh. Some interesting new things to look at when I get on the ground. All right, so you just got an X-Plane 12 update. Well, let's see what's in it. Let's say, X-Plane, where are you? There you are. Beta 7. Quite a few bugs. Crash in Vulkan memory allocator. Crash inside render drag. Huh, interesting. Interesting what they have going on as of oh, wow, 20 minutes ago. All right, well, I know what gonna happen once we land. A couple of things. I got some stuff with Twitch to look at, and that update. So we're ready for tomorrow. All right, so get that going here at the end. But I hope y'all have enjoyed this 2-flight day. Started at Cozumel, headed to Acapulco. I'll get it out yet. And now up to Sedona, Arizona. So hope y'all enjoy. We've got about another, well, let's call it an hour to Sedona. But hope you've all enjoyed my whining without any cheese. I feel left out on that one. But I hope y'all enjoyed the Citation 10. Well, you know, we're trying to fly the aircraft. Well, we're flying a lot more here lately, so the aircraft are getting rotated through quite a bit. Tomorrow, the Queen of the Sky takes her place on stage, headed to Seattle. All right, is there anything I should be doing in flight here? Did turn the seatbelt sign, I hope, off. Otherwise, I may not have a job flying this plane. Yes, I did. Strobes. It's kind of funny. At 10,000 feet, they even tell you to turn those off, which I thought we flew with them the whole flight. But, you know, hey, I've been told weird things before, and we're set. Let's take a look at page 2. 330 miles, top of descent. We'll leave that up. Fuel boost. Can't we put that to normal? That's where I'm putting it. Oh, somehow I did not turn my hydro. I thought I did. Huh, wonder what I hit instead. All right, folks, so we're on our way. And starting to get back into some rugged country here. 3,500 miles is as far as a Citation can fly. Huh, good information. Actually, I probably could have scrolled up and got that here too. Nope. Maybe at the bottom? Nope. Well, thank you there, Nerd with Wings. Always love learning things on the channel. So 3,500 miles. Where do we want to go like that? I don't know if I want to push it 3,500 miles, but that could be. So it is able to fly the ocean. That's cool. Not the whole way that I was thinking, but that's pretty cool. Got something with ATC. Hang on, folks. What do we got? Houston Center up. By the way, folks, checking Sim Toolkit earlier, if you didn't know, the dashboard page, they go through a list of VATSIM events. Houston tomorrow has a pretty big event. I think it may kind of be like the F&O, Friday Night Ops. Pretty sure I won't be in it, but I might. You never know. I'm getting more and more tempted to join these events to get out there, let people know we're out here. So, but yeah, there's a few events I'm looking at for tomorrow. However, we're flying to Seattle, so that's kind of sidelined for now. but we are looking at that as we build our week's flight plans. Speaking of which, next week's plans. I know I have one event that I have to be at, two events. So start times will be either really delayed or, well, you'll see when the schedule comes out as soon as I sit down and draft it. So, but again, thanks for being along. Thanks, Nerd with Wings, with that information. I was kind of curious. I could have, I think the pilot handbook I have would have had that somewhere in it. Maybe not, but that's great information to know. 3,500 miles, huh? Interesting. Unfortunately, Hawker wouldn't like that because that won't get JFK to Singapore. But anyway, that is cool. All right, folks, I am going to take a quick break here, use the restroom, and get ready for this arrival. Current plans, a visual approach to runway, standby, 21. However, there is weather in the area, so that could be amended. So, be right back. All right, folks, we're back. Oh, be right back. The boss is calling. All right, folks, sorry for that again. That was probably a hilarious phone call. Sometimes I wish I could pipe it in. Now, granted, the information given, I'd rather not come out over the air. But our cadet in training, uh, wow, did she have a lot to say. And very loudly. Not like she was mad. She was just like, they did this to me at the hospital, and this, and this, and this, and blah, blah, blah. Albeit, folks, hang on, she's 3 months old, so the words were nowhere near that. It was just, wish I could have recorded that and somehow put that up on Facebook or whatever. It was hilarious. Oh, but anyway, folks, we are on our way. 38 minutes to Sedona, and that was a classic phone call, folks. So, like I said, it's one of those things I wish I could patch in just her and not the rest, because as they were talking, she was getting louder and Papa can't hear me, blah, blah, blah. So, but anyway, folks, thanks again for being with Flying with Mike, putting up with me for, what the heck are we up to? Almost 6 hours. Appreciate you, folks. I really do. And if you are new to the channel, folks, love for you to smash in on that follow button. That way you'll get a message letting you know when we're live. So, but that would have been worth the price of admission right there, listening to her. So, but anyway, we are, like I said, Sedona bound, north and east of Phoenix, Arizona. Oh. So, is there any big plans in the works for you all this weekend? You know, it's only, well, we're now Friday Eve, folks. So you only have tomorrow to think about it. Just kidding. But overall, folks, with all that's gone on in my life, I am just so thankful for each and every one of you. So thank you so much. From followers to subscribers, thank you so much. And even for those that just bounce in and then stick around for a few minutes and then find their way on to another channel, we appreciate you as well. So thank you so much. All right, let's see here. We don't have any centers or anything up online for us. Oh, we headed towards that. We are headed towards SSO. Oh, wow. I got some radio work to do here, folks. Bear with me a second. Where are Sky Vector? There you are. 15. And off SSO on a heading of 161 direct. I think Sedona has anything. No, it does not. So, again, the game plan in Sedona. Let's talk that through, because, you know, I didn't even. Got 167 miles to top of descent. I'm going to get a lot closer than I did into, and I might pull back a little bit on the descent. Boy, we got down quickly in altitude. So 3,000 feet a minute's what we're supposedly planned for. Here to tell you, folks, it didn't seem to work out like that. All right. Yeah, we're coming up to SSO. All right, so let's keep it here. I'm going to bring in charts real quick. And like I said, now we do have the ability, if the weather begins turning south, it is possible that we may have to 10 knots now. May not be able to. Because winds right now are 140 at 10. That's pretty much a direct cross. Curious if this keeps up. 2135 does not. Although it's pretty close. But yeah, yeah, we're not showing anything though. 10 miles scattered at 10,000, 8,000 feet above the ground. 30. Oh, we'll see. 140. It's 110. That's a ouch. All right. Well, in reserve, just in case, folks, we do have the RNAV capable on the plane. But right now, we're going to plan a visual approach to runway. I've not seen anything saying I can't. To 2-1. Basically, what we'll do is overfly the field, enter pattern altitude, 6,000 feet, and hope for the best. We weren't doing the greatest yesterday on visual approaches. We did a little practice run yesterday, so we'll see. And we did a practice run at my airport up here on the Scott side, and we had a hard time. We had a hard time with, it's the visibility thing. So we're giving our best, though. We're planning for a visual. Like I said, if the weather does begin to come down, we'll plan the tailwind landing on 3 with the RNAV. And if we do, we're going to need 3-mile visibility and call it 1,700 foot base to broken or overcast. So see if I can find any information on this. Not really. Okay, well, we'll do our best. All right, SSO is straight ahead. 128 miles. All right, let's get the FMC all set up here. Performance. Landing. So our approach as of right now is 125, landing at 120. And that landing is right now at about 30 minutes from now. So folks, now's a good time if you want to. I'm going to go ahead. What the heck? Let's give it a try. Put in a prediction at 300 feet a minute on the landing. And let's see how we do. Folks, it's been a pleasure flying for you today. We're not flying for any of our virtual airlines today. We're just you know, we're just flying. So, hope you've enjoyed this lovely 6-hour run. Cozumel, Acapulco, Sedona. Okay, well, 10 minutes ago, new METAR, 130 at 17, gust to 25. That's 100 knot. Ooh. Pretty much a 17 knot crosswind, folks. Woo. Brutal. But that now brings to play our RNAV approach. So let's make sure that's all programmed in. Nav. Arrival. Switching runways to 3. Arrival. Approach. RNAV. What did we say we're going to shoot? I think it's the Costa. Activate. And see my flight plan. Okay, is that NABOB we're going to first? Then out. Okay. Next. Perfect. All right, so now, folks, what we're going to be doing is that approach. So off NABOB, we're going to be on our descent to Katsa, Hucken, Exuti, Army. Let me show this to you real quick. Got a few seconds here. 112 miles. Let me get this up here. Okay. All right, so basically what's going to happen is we're going to pull this away because it's kind of an odd RNAV. We're going to come off NABOB as we're heading direct for the airport, and we're going to head to Katsa. Katsa has a minimum descent no lower than 9,500 feet over to Hucken, where we'll descend to 7,200 feet by Army, and then we're going to head in. Looks like about 1.6 miles to Lomb, we should see the airport. Okay, so, and I'm hoping the weather will make that possible and we'll be right in there for landing. If by chance we're not able to and we got to go miss, it's a right turn to 12,000 feet direct Mingi, and then hold, and in the hold continue to climb. Looks like a don't think you can do a direct entry into that. I think you're gonna have to go down, do a teardrop, and come back in to hit this hold. So anyway, we'll get into the hold somehow. All right, so top of descent now lies 95 miles away. Shows up on the map. I think we got an aircraft right ahead of us. Unknown flight plan. Who knows where he's at? Oh, he might be on the ground. And then we're pushing our way in, folks. So our descent will be, I'm going to say 9,500 feet, unless sectionals tell me otherwise. $9,500 feet, looking pretty doable. And then we'll, like I said, follow the chart in. So 9,500, so yeah, we should be good. And again, terrain radar should be picking up stuff, and it is not. You know, what can we say, folks? Whoa, here we go again. Bear with me here. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's what causes that a lot, folks, at least in my opinion. There's so many different weather stations out here, and you pull in one that just wacky information and it locks on it, boom, everything goes out of whack. And then it finds another one. That's my opinion what happens here. I'm sure X-Plane would say, no, that's wrong. So, but here we go. Now you can see the cloud deck ahead of us. A few clouds, pretty much 9,000 above the ground, 6,500 above the ground. So, and they're all few, so yeah, not too bad. Remember, METAR cloud heights folk are above the ground. Otherwise, how would they know they're at? Oh no, they would at 6,500 feet, but that would then make us think 2,500 feet above the ground? So, all right, folks, so let's get ready to press in. Top of descent now. 50 miles ahead. By the way, folks, if you were curious, it's a 5,100-foot runway. That in itself will be a challenge. Pretty good for the reverse thrusters. Degree angle. Okay. Okay, I am going to plan for 11,000 within 10 miles and a 3-degree slope. I don't have anything to set it up. I'm gonna go 2,500 feet a minute. See how that works. My goal is NABOB at 11,000, but we may be past, and we'll continue to 9. Okay, I am going to go ahead and initiate. I just looked at what altitudes it's saying. I don't like those. Okay, we have begun our descent. All right, descent checks. Altimeters at transition. Landing brief has been completed. Seatbelts will be on 10,000 feet. Lower. Same with the strobes. We'll turn them back on. So, again, a little more flexibility when you're on corporate flights, biz jets. They're paying for this. They don't want to be stuck in their seats. So we go to the airports where TSA may not be. We go to, places they can get in, get out, and they can be comfortable. Plus, they got big, comfy seats back there. So. All right, we have started our descent, folks. Bringing a close to this 6.5-hour odyssey. Started in Cozumel. Winding up in Sedona, Arizona. All right, what's the distance there? "31 miles. Perfect. Hey, IGSON. And at NABOB, I do plan to, if not prior to, have that lowered to at least 25 miles. So we got a better look at how we're shooting this approach. Miles. Hey, that's all. Mentally, I think it can be reached or very close. So get down to 9,500 if that's the case. Alright, so the weather is 30.20. Changed. $22.15. That's 30.18. Alright, yeah, we set transition a little early, folks, just so we're ready for it. We're heading down at a good pace. Still. Okay, I'm going to set 9,000. 500. Boy, we're going to be close. I mean, we were only off by 5,000 feet, folks. That's not bad. It will probably make that 9,500. Okay, I'm going to start power back. All right, folks, we are going to give it a shot. Sedona, we come. We are headed to Katsa, then start the RNAV in. So let's get ready. Put your predictions in, folks. Exclamation mark. Predict space and a negative number. All right, folks, we are going to kill the music. And that way we can try and get this bird in here. Excuse me. All right, let's start in on the speed brakes. I must have somehow tripped that standard button again. Hey, lights on. Okay, landing, pre-landing fuel cabin pressure dump. I really don't know what's involved in that. What I'm gonna do. All right, here we go, folks. By chance, do we by chance see the airport out there? Got a feeling it might be sitting on that plateau. Or worse, down in that valley. We'll see. All right, folks, anyone else putting in predictions? Now is your time. I see Nerd with Wings got one in there. Welcome in. So, you're about to come into KETBA, and then we start the approach. Oh, you know, I forgot to get 23-0. Sedona traffic, NetJets 572, Citation 10, initial fix for the RNAV runway 3, KETBA. Set up for 8,000. I'm going to go for 72. All right, so we're set up now for once we get to Hucken, which is our final approach fix. And then we start in, folks, and commercials are running right on schedule, so hopefully we'll make it to where y'all see the approach. If not, YouTube is your friend. Or thought about subscribing because you'll get ad-free viewing through that. I still think it's like up on a plateau, but again, it's been a long time since I've flown in here, folks. Long time. Sedona traffic, NetJets 572, Cessna Citation, Hutkin, final approach fix. All right, we should see a runway. Now we're coming down to 7,200 feet. Okay, folks, I do not see a runway. Looks like we're coming straight at it. Oh, I think I got it right there. Holy mackerel. Coming off the autopilot. Sedona traffic, citation 572, finally have the runway in sight. Approximately 5 miles out, full stop runway 3. Holy mackerel, was that not easy to find?
100. 100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Oh, I never brought the nose down. Oh, that was classic. Now the terrain radar works. All right, folks, welcome to Sedona. Oh, that was classic flying with Mike. All right. Head on up here to the terminal. Pretty fun little airport, isn't it, folks? I've flown out of it once or twice, and all I have to say is V1 Sim, thank you for pointing me to this one. Pretty interesting little airport. Speaking of which, click, 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 and click. It is a fun one, folks. And even more challenging to just park. All right, so after landing, taxi lights, we can turn those off now. APU's fired up, fuel boost switches to off. Ignition's off, APU's on. Take the bleed up, back. bleeds off. Okay, so we're in and everything is off. All right, folks, again, welcome in. We're not completely done yet. We need to All right, so let's see if we can't get these engines to behave this time. There we go. All right, folks, we're on the ground. Welcome into, like I said, a Sedona. Hope y'all enjoyed. Let's take a look at this, shall we? Again, I don't have a virtual airline to go off of, so let's just kind of pull that away as well. Let's see how it's saying we did. Doink. And hang on. Cross feeds off. Okay, now we're good. I can look. All right, 130 feet a minute. Well, how about that? Let's take a look here. Let me scroll. Nerd with Wings got it. Wins with a guess at 220 feet a minute. Good job there, Mr. Nerd with Wings, formerly known the original Godspeed. All right, here's the route we flew, folks. Let's get some interim details. 3-hour flight, 1,200 miles, 2,400 kilograms of fuel, landed at 2.61 Gs at 130 knots. Yes, a little slow. Very flat approach. I intended that because I needed to be able to stop the beastie in 5,000 feet of runway. At 4,000, what is it, 800 feet above sea level? So, yeah, you know, you got a little bit of a density altitude to deal with. And let's view. See where we actually, we landed, like I thought, a little short. But again, oh, Telluride. Okay. I know you all didn't hear that, so. But anyway, so looking it over, we were 945 feet down the runway, 7 feet off the center line. Now you can see where being off that center line gets to be a little troublesome. It's a 100-foot wide runway. Little narrower, but nonetheless, a little bit more precarious. 5,100 feet. So really, overall, a good landing, folks. All right, so believe it or not, this is the way they land here, folks. And I will be right back before we try to do some replays. Be right back. All right, folks, the family's back, so bear with me a second. Uh-oh, what happened? Oh, that wasn't what I wanted that to do. Hang on a second. Just want to make sure everything's okay. Yeah, okay, good. All right, folks, let me get Sim Toolkit down here. I'm going to try to replay this and see how we did. And try with some of our newer music. And the survey says... Oops, forgot to disconnect. Cancel, close. All right, as soon as that window closes, we are going to try. Oh, that is not... Here's the part I liked. Nose gear, in the air, boom. Oh, that was a great fighter landing, folks. F-15 jocks would wish they could have done that. Profile-wise, I think that actually is not that bad. So, overall, I think that was a really good approach, folks. Let you look at some of the scenes around Sedona. See how our passengers enjoyed. Little thump. Gotta wake them up. Beautiful countryside. Not much to it, but it's still pretty. Well, folks, I hope you enjoyed this excursion into flying with Mike, folks. It has been my pleasure. We're going to go one more look here, see if we can get a decent shot this way. Perfect. There you go, folks. Thank you for being a part of Flying with Mike today. It has been my pleasure. I hope you enjoyed that fighter aircraft arrival, even though it's a Citation 10. We thank you anyway, folks, so much for what you do for us. Hope you all have a great day, and I hope to see you all tomorrow as we will be flying in the Queen of the Skies. So, folks, y'all have a great night. God bless you all. We'll see you then.